Hello, everyone. I hope you are having a good day. Oh, we have a dad jokes puzzle that looks fun to begin stream with today. And I have an idea for a puzzle to set afterwards. So we're going to do a hybrid solving and setting stream. Welcome, DWeb. Good to see you again. So that should be fun. So I read the rules here while I was waiting. So this is a view to kill. By the way, as always, we're starting with the most voted on puzzle by the supporters, and in this instance, the people who voted for it are Screaming Ice Cube, David, Plonktime, Russ, David, Nell, Luda, and Doomdiot. So thank you, everyone, for your support. I hope you enjoy this. It looks like this is going to be a fun puzzle. So the lines are basically killer cages, but you have to divide them yourself. So like this 2-cell cage is basically just a 15-cell cage. I do not see you in the list, AFK. I may be blind, but I am looking over it, and I do not see you on the list of voters for this puzzle. But who knows? For the lines that have more pieces, you get to decide. So, for example, this line, you get to decide how to divide this into some cells that sum to 8 and some cells that sum to 10. So you could, for example, make these 3 cells sum to 10 and that cell sum to 8 by just being an 8 or in some other way. In any event, no matter how you divide it, everything has to go into a clue. So there's no unused cells. And you can't repeat digits within sums. So the thing I noticed right away is there's lots of 6s. So this is from 1, 2, 4, 5, for example. I notice all of these are of necessity part of a 6 sum. So these are certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as well. Let's see. These are 15, so they're definitely from 6, 7, 8, 9. This is a 5, so it's definitely from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's see. I have the fact that there's a 15, and then a 6 sort of makes it feel like it's probably not going to be Fistamafel, but who knows? These are certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see, this is at most 8. I don't think I really want to think about that. Oh yeah, you can't have a 6 between the 6s. That's definitely true, right? One of these could be 6 if the other's 1, 2, 3. But yeah, you're not going to get a 6 between the 6s. Okay, this 15 is in at most 3 cells for what it's worth. The 9 and the 5 are sort of in an interesting position where this has got to be part of the 9 or part of the 5. Yeah, like all of these cells, actually, those are all sort of part of not incredibly big things. Hey, Useless Common. Glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, we are working on the next one, continuing our release pace of every 18 months or so. So yeah, but yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I found it a lot of fun to make, and I'm really happy. My husband does all the animations, and I'm really happy with those. Oh, there's also all of these are parts of 6s. I think that is also a thing I should notice that I have not yet noticed. In particular, this number is part of a 3-cell sum to 6, regardless of what it does. So this is always a 1, 2, or 3. These are both parts of multi-cell sums to 6. And so that actually gets us sort of not quite a sextuple, but almost. And in this row, we also have almost but not quite a sextuple. Okay, there's no way this 6 takes that cell. Because if this 6 takes that cell, these are a 1, 2, 3 triple, and it breaks that cell. So we can actually say for sure. Oops, sorry. These should be center only. These are definitely in the same omino. Maybe I should use black to write on top of this. I don't know. And then these are all at least in the 21 omino, although it could be more. The black line is only like part of. Or maybe I should do this as colors. Maybe that more implies the I don't know when it's over kind of thing. Oh wait, does that tell me this isn't 6? Sorry, I don't think I knew this. Sorry. I extended that, but I don't think I had a reason to extend that. I was just being reflexive with that. But there definitely is a divide there, that's for sure. Yeah, the row 2 cells can't be 6s. Oh, you mean these two row 2 cells. Right. These can't be 6s. Right. Okay, right. These can't be 6s is what chat is saying. Because if one of these was a 6, it would force the other to be a 4-cell 6-sum, and you're not allowed to do that without repeating digits. So that actually does give us our quintuple here. And so these are a 6, 7, 8 triple, and that one's not a 6 because 6 plus 6 is 12. This is 7 or 8. That means this is 4 or 5, which is an interesting number because that's one of the numbers that appears in sums to 6. So we've got that going on. Let's see. What else can we do? Each 6 must come into box 2. Right, so yeah, so each 6 definitely makes it into box 2. That's true. I can do that at least. So if I make those green and those blue, because I know, again, I can't go all the way through there, so I can do that coloring at least. So we've got that. Orange can't be 3 cells because it would cause box 2 issues, says Emma. So if this were 3 cells, these would be a 1, 2, 3 triple. But if these are both from 1, 2, 3, then we get a 1, 2, 3 triple here, and these are both 4, 5. That doesn't work, right? I know one of these two is 1, 2, 3. Together with that one means one of these two is not 1, 2, 3. That means this is not a 3-cell sum. Which means that this cell at least definitely goes with this 6. I like that. So no 6 goes there. Let's see. So we got that. Let's see. I'm trying to think if this might be about like combinations of 2-cell things. Yeah, we certainly can do that. Because we know they can't they're at least 3 cells, and so they always take those regardless. Let's see. Emma says this cell can't be purple. Oh, okay. Let's do AFK's point. AFK's point is easier. Remember, one of these is a 1, 2, 3, and one of them is like a 1, 2, 4, 5. So the only other place for a 4, 5 is over here. So this is a 1 so this is a 4 or a 5, which makes this a 1 or a 2. And so this 1, 2 shows up in the 1, 2, 3 side of things somewhere. Yes, Garion, because the rules say that digits in that section may not repeat. Otherwise, I would not be sure. Oh yeah, certainly I can't make this take that cell because that would make both of these be 1, 2, 3 triples, and that would be a 1, 2, 3 quadruple in row 2. So yeah, so this is part of a different sum. And go ahead and make that red, and this is part of a different sum. We can go ahead and make that purple. Yeah, I've never seen this rule set before either, although I think it's very cool. So this number can't be larger than 6 now because it's either part of a 5 sum or part of a 3-cell 9 sum. So we've got that at least. Okay. Oh, I don't know that one of these is a 1, 2, 3 for sure. I know that one of these two is a 1, 2, 3 for sure. Let's see. Garion says if this is a 3, it's too large. Right. If this is a 3, it makes a 1, 2 pair in the row that breaks the other 6 sum because the other 6 sum definitely has a 1 or a 2 in it. So this is never a 3, I agree, which gives us an actual 1, 2 pair in the first row. So this 1, 2 needs to show up. Oh, it could show up over there. Darn it. No, that's sadly not quite. True. So we get... That is a 1, 2, though. We know there's a 3 in one of these. Right. This also can't be a 3 because that would imply that this sum was 3 plus 3, which it's definitely not. So can this be a 3 is a good question. If this were a 3, that would be 3 with a 1, 2 there. I think that's okay, at least naively. D-Web says, I think no, but it's ugly. Let's see. So I know one of these is 1, 2, 3. Do I know that one of these is 1, 2 for sure? Like, do I know the other one is 1, 2? I don't think so. I do know that if I think about this 6 sum is different from the 2-cell 6 sum in this row is something I keep thinking about. Oh, no, that's the point. This 1, 2 is in the 2-cell 6 sum because it's not this 2-cell 6 sum. So this 1, 2 is in one of those two places. That surely must be useful, right? So one of these, so the point is one of these is a 4, 5. So that means these aren't 4, 5. That's the point. Because the other 1, 2... Sorry, because this 1, 2 needs to show up in the 2-cell 6 sum. So it needs to do that there or there. That's because they have a different 4, 5. Okay, so that feels substantial. At least in terms of this. let's see. AFK says these can't both be 3 cells, or you round out high digits in row 8 and 9. Okay, so the point is, if these are all if I don't take both of these, this is the way to say it. If the 24 and 23 don't take both of these cells, then these cells are all part of 3-cell 23 and 24 clues, which are 6, 8, 9, and 7, 8, 9, respectively. But that's a huge problem because that's 6, 6, 7, 8, 9s in row 8, which seems a problem. So therefore, we take that and we take that for sure. Yeah, row 8 alone is more than enough. In this instance, the 5 could be 1 cell as far as I can tell. If this is a 3-cell 9-sum, it doesn't have a 5 in it, but that only rules out one option. As far couldn't it just be that cell, Emma? I think it could just be that cell. Let's see. Okay, so the 8, yeah, there's definitely a break at the 8. Oh, sorry. It's not that it can't grow. It's that it can't grow down. Right. If it grows down, that definitely is a disaster. Sorry. Right. So yeah, if pink took that cell, it would be a 1, 2, 3, 6 sum, which would definitely break that cell. So these are, this is Emma's point, a different sum. These are therefore all part of the 18 as we do this. Good. I got there eventually. Let's see. So do we want to figure out what the minimum sum of all of these cells is, or the maximum sum, or some such nonsense to get us some sort of bound on these? It's like these sum to a maximum of, so yeah, so I guess, yeah, how do I intelligently do this? These cells together sum to a maximum of, let's see, 6 triangular number would be 39 plus 24. 39 plus 24 is 59 plus 4 is 63. Minus these cells would be 33. So these 5 cells sum to at most 33, if I did that correctly. And so therefore these sum to a minimum of 24 plus 23 minus 33, which is 47 minus 33 is 47 minus 33 is 14. I think these two sum to a minimum of 14. So they're from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that was actually, I'm now looking at this and noting that if this is a 2-cell 15 sum, it's a different 2-cell 15 sum than that, and thinking that that has to be interesting somehow. Because if maybe it's even as simple as then these would be from 6, 7, 8, 9, and that would give you a 6, 7, 8, 9 triple, with that being a 5, but that actually looks okay. Yeah, the fact that like that digit would have to go there, but none of that seems like a problem immediately, as best I can tell. Yeah, as best I can tell, I don't see that being a problem. Of course, if this is a one cell 8 sum, then definitely it forces the 15 to continue, but I guess it does that even just by math. Uh, uh, see, if this is a 5, uh, if this is a 5, that's a 9. Oh, the non-repeat rule is very interesting here when you think about these digits. I had not contemplated that. Uh, yeah, the 5 can't be part of a 3-cell sum, which definitely forces it to take a 4th cell. I agree with that. But then couldn't we just put another 5 over on this side? Let's see. Would love to be able to prove that these are different. Oh, right. There's only 1 5 total allowed in these cells. Because the 5 can't go in a 3-cell sum. So the maximum these cells can sum to is something like 8954 is 17 plus 9 is 26. Let's see. What's the easy way to do this? Like you can use 2 9s and 2 8s in these cells. Potentially. Although maybe that doesn't work. Can I do 2 9s and 2 8s? I feel like there's probably actually using the non-repeat rule some smart way to maximize this, and maybe the maximum actually is 47 or something like that. But I don't know. I can't quite make it work in my head in the way that I would like. Because of the fact that I also have to play with these. Yeah, each could have a 9 and an 8, which is why I said it's at most 2 9s plus 2 8s, and then plus something, something, something. That's the way to see it. Right. Okay, Selena has the point. Because one of these is a 3-cell sum. This is exactly like what happened up here. One of these is a 3-cell sum. So one of these is 6, 7, 8, 9. And so the other one, the one that's not 6, 7, 8, 9, it's at summing to at most 9. So the other two digits in that one, whichever one it is, need to sum to at least 23 minus 9, which is 14. So this is also a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And it's not a 9, it's a 5, 6, 7, 8. That seems likely to be relevant. So that is Yeah, so we've actually got a number that's at most 4 involved in this sum. And if we were on this side, actually, then if we do the same math, it actually would tell me that. So this actually tells me this can't be 5, because on this side, the math isn't 23 minus 9, it's 24 minus 9, which says that if this is a 3-cell sum, these two have to add to at least 15. So that certainly can't be a 5. There we go. There's the elegant encapsulation of that. I think that was what was intended. And so now the red 15 has to grow, because now it would be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9s. That feels intended to me. So we've got that, which finally gives us a digit, because now this is a 1-cell 8 sum. And I can do a 1-cell 8 sum even without a killer calculator. So this can be a shame sum, and it is a shame sum of 8. And we get to bring out Zach for the 8 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop 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 ba-doop. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So none of those are 8. So that one definitely isn't 7, at the very least. Okay. And see, I liked the world where this was a 2-cell 15 sum a lot better, I'm going to be honest. Also not 9 by sudoku. Okay, let me try and understand that. So if this is a 9, it makes that a 7 and an 8. Nine, 7, 8. I don't see why that's wrong yet. Oh, also not a 9 was referring to row 8, column 1. Sorry, I thought it was that cell we were saying wasn't a 9. So if this is a 9, then this would be a 9, 6, and that would be a 7, and it would break row 2, column 2. Sheesh. Yeah, agree. 9, 6 puts 9 puts a 6 here and a 7 here. Which then breaks that cell. What's the nice way to see that? Oh, the nice way to see it is that there's a 6, 7, 9 triple. There we go. Okay, that's the point. There's a 6, 7, 9 triple in which the 9 is there. So this is never a 9. That's the easy way. And so this is never a 7. Okay, there we go. That doesn't sound right. And so this is never a 6. Sorry. There we go. That sounds better. Okay. So the maximum of these two cells by the column is 4, 5, points out AFK. So that's 9. So that means this is at least 6 for what it's worth. This being a 6. So if this is a 6, okay, I see what's going to happen here. So if this is a 6, remember that means this is a 4-cell sum, but that means these two sum to at most 9. So these two would need to sum to at least 15. And Ron's point is that means this can't be a 6 because that can't be a 9 by the given. And that actually gives us a 7-9 pair, which actually makes that a 6, makes these a 7-8 pair. So that seems like a positive development. Okay. I like that. Did the 9 actually also remove 5 from this side? I feel like it probably did, because 23 minus 9 is 14, means these two need to sum to at least 14. And so, yeah, so actually I could have removed the 5 from over here, although it would have made the thing over here way less elegant. But yes, this can't be a 5 because these two need to sum to at least 14 if this is the side that is the 4-cell sum. So that's actually a 6, 7, 8, 9 as well. So I suppose if this is a 2-cell sum, the last 6, 7, 8, 9 is in it, because it's not 4, 5 because of that. I mean, I guess I know these are the only places where the last 6, 7, 8, 9 can go in the column. I think. Maybe that's not true, actually. I retract that claim. I don't think that's actually true. It is true. This cell now has to grow. So this is a 2-cell sum to 8 and a 2-cell sum to 10. So it could be 1, 7, and 2, 3, 5. Does 2, 6 not work? I think 2, 6 doesn't work. I think 2, 6 breaks everything out, every 3-cell sum to 10. Oh, no, it could be 2, 6, and 1, 4, 5. Sorry, that is possible. Oh, sorry, it's a 2-cell sum. It's a 2-cell sum. Right. I don't know why I'm trying to put 5 total cells on this line. Yeah, there's only 4 cells. Yeah, so the 4 cells basically, I think, makes it. And I can say things like, there's definitely an odd number on it, but I could have said that from the beginning. If this is the 3-cell sum, this 6, 8 goes there. 'People are saying if I want to, I can prove this is not a 5. Do I want to? I'm not sure if I want to yet. 5 and that cell breaks your at most 9 claim. So these two sum to at most 9. Okay, so right. Okay, so the only way this is a 5 is if it's part of blue, and this goes 5, 4, 5, 9, because we said these need to sum to at least 14, but that's only exactly 14 if these are a 4 or 5 pair, but that has repeated the 5 within the blue sum. Okay. It could be important. Who knows? Let's see. I was trying to look at that, dog. So if this is an 8, it certainly means that this is the 4-cell sum, and that's an 8. And then this would be a 6, 9 in that instance. Darn. Oh yeah, we can mark everything else in column 2 because it's not 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are all from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I know these two need to sum to a minimum of 6 for whatever that is worth. Yeah, that does get us 4 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s in this box for what it's worth. This being a 1, 2 looks messy, but maybe it's possible. Let's see. DWeb says when I made this an 8, it broke this 15 sum. Because if this is an 8, that's an 8. Okay. Yep. If this is an 8, it makes this the long sum. It makes this the short sum. This would be 6, 8, 9. That would be the 8. And these would be 6, 9. And that 8, 6, 9 combination in that order, with the 8 there, breaks every way of making this work. That's pretty messy, but we'll take it, I suppose. So that is a 6 and a 9 and a 7. 9 and 6 and 7. So this cell's never a 9. Because if this cell's a 9, it rules 9 out of both of the 24 sums. That doesn't work. So this is a 7-8 pair. I wonder if that was a step I was supposed to see before. So that's never an 8 anyway. For lots of reasons. So this is either 8, 9. Let's see. Laura asked about 6 in column 3, which is forced to go here, which is pretty cool. Ron also spots the missing 6. Yeah, so if green has 3 cells, this is 8, 9. So there's always an 8 in one of these cells because both of these sums have an 8 in them if there are 3 cells, and the 8 has not gone there. So there's an 8 looking at this cell, which makes that cell a 7, regardless of how this works out. So now these two, now this can't be a 4-cell sum because of the fact that, remember, we said if this is a 4-cell sum, these two need to add to at least 15, and they can't anymore. So, in fact, we actually get our 8, 9, which actually looks like that, I believe. And now these need to add to a minimum of 14. They cannot do this if that is not a 9, so that needs to be a 9. We've got a 7, an 8, and a 4 over there. These are a maximum of 4, 5, remember. So 9, 4, 5, that would be 18. That means this is a minimum of 5. That's not actually useful. Let's see. So, let's see. This is not a 4 anymore. 7 and 8 are both in this column. Oh yeah, I'll definitely take submissions for Stream 300 celebration if people are so inclined. Okay, so if orange doesn't grow, this has to be 4, 8. I'm noticing, just because these would sum to 12 in that instance. I mean, there's an 8 here regardless. So it would be 8, 1, 3 if the orange grew, I suppose. Do I know this isn't an 8? Oh, yes, I do, because I know there's already an 8 in yellow. Wow, yeah, okay, so DWeb has a smart spot, which is that because this 8 ruled 8 out of this cell, one of these two is an 8. That means I can't repeat 8 in yellow. That means 8 is up there, which does indeed mean that's not an 8, and so this is the only place for 8 in box 1. I agree with that assessment. Hey, Blackjack, how are you doing? There's a 7-9 pair in box 1. Right. Just where in column 3 are 7 and 9. The 7 and 9 are a hidden pair in column 3 is the point. Because I can't put 7 or 9 there. And so these are a 7-9 pair. Which for sure makes one of these... Oh, no, it could be that one. I was going to say for sure makes one of these cells a 3, but that was a lie. Yeah, things are going pretty well here. This has been a really cool idea for a puzzle. I like this a lot. I would happily see more puzzles with this rule. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. That's not a 4. So for what it's worth, one of these two cells is a 4. Oh, right. And this isn't a 1 or a 2 or a 4. This is only 3 or a 5, actually. That's really smart because there's a 1, 2 pair and a 4 looking at it. And a 6, 7, 8, 9 in the box. So this is only 3 or 5. Let's see. So does that do anything interesting? If this is a 5, that's a 1 and a 2. Row 3, column 6 can't be 7, says Garion, because that would make these 6, 7, 8, because the 7 would be forced here. What's wrong with these being 6, 7, 8? That's the thing I don't see. Oh, because then orange would take a 7, and so these 3 cells would need to sum to at most 5, and that doesn't work. Okay, I agree with that. So let me show you that. That's kind of cool. So if this is a 7, because I can't repeat 7 in yellow in the corner marks, it forces a 7 here, but then when you look, where does that 7 go? And it joins orange, which is horrible, because orange is then a 5-cell 18 sum with a 6 and a 7 in it. And that breaks. So therefore, this isn't a 7, and so Garion's point lets us say those are a 7, 8 pair, which makes that a 9 and that a 7. I was going to say, and that makes this a 9, but that works out. Is it true that this is yellow? I don't see how to directly say this is yellow without doing that. Corner mark the 8 in box 8. Ah, yes. Okay, there we go. So, yes, there's an 8 in box 8. That's how. So, if the orange comes here, then already it's at 6 plus 8, plus 2 more cells. So it's already at a minimum of 17, but it can't possibly take one more without blowing the bank, because you can't add 3 cells there. Okay, so I agree that cell's definitely yellow. And that does make it much easier if you had done that order instead using this corner marked 8. Let's see. Okay. Fixed the pink 6. I don't even know what pink we're looking at anymore. Right. Okay. So this can't be 6 anymore because the digits in this yellow that aren't 7 and 8 sum to at most 6. So this isn't a 6 anymore. So now that definitely is a 6, which makes this purple, which makes these 1, 2, 3, which makes these 2 digits ketchuped through the magic of ketchuping. So this can't be the 3-cell sum anymore because it doesn't have ketchup in it, is the point, because none of these 3 cells can be ketchup. So these can't be a 1, 2, 3 triple. So in fact, these are my 1, 2, 3 triple. And so that's a 1, 2, 3 in the box. So this isn't 1, 2, 3, it's 4, 5. That is the 1, 2, and I know it's that 1, 2, I think, if I recall correctly how the world works. Right, because these are a 1, 2, 3 triple, so it's that one. Right, these two are the same. 4, 5 pair in column 3 now. Oh, 4, 5 pair is all that's left in column 3. I see. Yes. Yeah, we might do more ketchuping. I was debating if I was sort of primed to sort of do more ketchuping because of the fact that, yeah, I know this 1, 2 is there. And so we get that. And so then this is the last. Oh, okay. And so then this 1, 2 is neither of these 2, which tells me that this is a 3, is the point. Because this cell actually sees both kinds of 1, 2 in a weird way. So circle is a 3, so we can stop thinking about circle. So these become a 1, 2 pair. Those become a 1, 2 pair. This becomes a 5, a 4, and a 2, which seems to have made that a 1. Seems to have made that a 5, and a 1, and a 2, and a 1. Okay, so now we don't have to think about the those things anymore. So now that's a 3. So these aren't from 1, 2, 3. So these two things need to add to 14, which they do only if this is 5 and 9. 5 and 9 zeta. So that makes that a 4 over there. Let's see. These are a pair of 3 and 7, it looks like to me. These are a pair of 1 and 2, it looks like to me. Oh, that has become a 7, actually, at some point or another. So these 2 cells sum to 16, so these 2 need to sum to 9? No, it's to 7. These 2 sum to 7, and they can't do that as 3, 4, or 1, 6. They have to be 2, 5, and we actually know the order. And so this is a pair which consists of 1 and 4, and I know the order there as well. So that's not a 1. That's not a 4. This digit is a 4, Laura points out. And so 4 plus 7 plus 8 is 19. So the other digit is a 2 that goes into this sum. And that means that this cell's definitely orange. Because I certainly can't put 2 1s in here for lots of reasons. And so 6 plus 8 is 14. So this is 138. If we look at that. And that 138 looks over at that cell and makes that a 2 and a 1. These two digits are a 3 and a 2. And so that's the 3 and that's the... Oh, not a 3 and a 2. 3 and a 6. Sorry, these are a 3-6 pair. These are a triple of some description. They are a 259 triple. And that one I know is not a 2 because there's a 278 triple. So that's a 9. These are 2 or 5. This is never a 2-cell 9 sum now, which is hilarious. Because if this were a 2-cell 9 sum, it would need to be 2, 7 or 4, 5, and both of those are broken. So that is delightful. So therefore, this is a 1-cell 5 sum. It can get its color. And so that is a 2, and that's a 5. These two need to sum to 7. Oh, right. This one should have been shame colored. Well, it should be shame green, I suppose, is what it should be properly. So this can't be 2, 7. Sorry, these need to sum to 7. And they can't be 2, 7. So they're 1, 6 or 3, 4. And I assume I should know which one it is. Oh, yes. No, I still don't, actually. They can't be 2, 5 because there's already a 2 in the sum. Oh, neither of them can be 4. Right. If neither of them can be 4, it probably can't be 3, 4. So it's got to be 1, 6, and we know the order. So that gives me the 2 and the 1 over there. That removes 2 as a candidate from there. This is a naked single something. 3, I'm going to guess. These are a pair of... Then I repeated myself and did exactly the same thing. That sounds right. 2, 4 is what these are in some unknown order. No, not 2, 4, 4, 9. Thank you, Ron. You saved me. Okay. These are therefore a pair of 2, which goes there. And some other unknown mystery digit, which is, I think, it's a 3 or a 6. And it's not a 3 by the row. So it's the 6, and that's the 3, and that's the 6. And so this digit is a 4 or a 5, but it's definitely not a 5. So that's a 4 and a 5 and a 4. 2, 3, 4. We've got 5 and 6 go in here. This is not a 2, as I tried to push. Fortunately, I was saved because I didn't actually hit the button correctly. So we've got all of that. And so now we can maybe hit the button on this. So I now know that one of these has a 2 in it. Just because of the column. And so that means one of these is 8 or 6, or whatever that's with. Oh, there's a 7-8 pair in the row. Never mind. There's a 7-8 pair in the row. Sorry, I was going to try and do something more exciting, but there's a 7-8 pair in the row. So that's a 5 and that's a 6. Regardless, the 10, remember, we know the 10 is 2 cells, and it can't have a 6 in it because it would need a 4. So in fact, it's the 8 that goes over here, making that red and making this... we'll say blue. Hey, Naverio, how are you doing? Okay, so this is a 2-cell 10 sum. without a 2 in it, so it doesn't have an 8 in it either, so it's 3-7. 3-7. So that makes that a 7 and a 3, makes that an 8 and a 1 and a 3, makes that a 7 and 8 and a 2, makes that an 8 and a 7, makes that a 4 and a 9 and a 4, 9 and an 8 and a 1. That was wonderful, Dad Jokes. If you are watching this later, yeah, the fantastic puzzle. This is my favorite new rule set in probably years, honestly. Like I think this actually does have very decent legs to actually do. I mean, I guess I've seen stuff kind of like this before, but anyway, it's still very cool. I really like this. Alrighty, well, I am going to take a quick break and come back, and then we're going to set a puzzle. So I'll be back in just a moment. Hello again, everyone, and woo boy, I see that while I was gone, Plonk Time generously gave out 20 memberships. So let me welcome the new members. So we seem to have, okay, so DMC Duga, Fuchsia, David, Thomas, Nicholas, Jean, Daniel, Ahmet, AM 1028, Oddly Even, Tyson, Melissa, David. Oh, sorry. It said David again, but David was thanking Plonk Time. There we go. Okay. Jay, Juggler, Kevin, John, Mentor, Pizza. Ooh, Pizza gets a membership. Excellent. I'm glad to have Pizza in my followers. Donatello, and Bob. So thank you so much to Plonk Time for that, and welcome everyone. Enjoy your memberships. Let's get you a big donation dance. Ba-doop ba-doop. Woohoo! Ba-doop ba-doop. Woohoo! Ba-doop ba-doop. Waha! Ba-doop 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 ba-doop. Waha! Oh, this is not an order sequel. I just had that rules outline stuck there from the last time I used Penpa. Let's see. I do have the rules here, though. Here we go. Let's see. Let me move those over down here. We'll see exactly. Oh, sorry. Not over there. Not over my face. I was like, no one wants to see that. No, we'll do that. There we go. Okay. So this is intended to be, and this is my idea, a Yajlin Philomeno hybrid. So I have my idea of what I think the rules are going to be here. One moment. I want to make this dashed. New grid update. Let's make those dotted lines. I can probably make this just slightly bigger and have it still fit on screen. There we go. Okay, that's about perfect. Okay, so this is going to be the big grid with arrows genre of puzzle. And so there's going to be sort of two pieces here interacting is the idea. And so on the one hand, we have a straight philomeno. So you've got to divide the grid into ominoes so that no two ominoes of the same size touch. And to sort of facilitate that, you write into every cell the size of the omino. So if an omino is 12 in size, you annoyingly write 12 in every cell of it. And then you curse the fact that you can't multi-select in Penpa. But also, there is a Yajlin puzzle. And so I said Yajlin-ish because this puzzle features something that cannot possibly happen in Yajlin. But basically, there's going to be some shaded cells, and every cell that's not shaded needs to have loop in it. And so there's a single loop that goes through every unshaded cell. And the way that shading works is that you get to shade some of the ominoes, but no two ominoes that touch can both be shaded. So you can't, your shaded ominoes cannot touch. And last but not least, there are everyone's favorite arrows, like these. And what arrows do is they count the number of shaded cells in their direction. So this number, in other words, the size of the omino that this is in, is the number of shaded cells out of these three. So it's a 1, 2, or 3. Likewise, this one is the number of shaded cells there. Okay. Now, I don't make any hypotheses. I might change this, of course, but I don't have any presumption about whether something that has an arrow is shaded or unshaded, nor am I assuming that arrows necessarily point at borders, as I have done, I think, previous times I've used arrows. We've just done arrows for arrows' sake. I did contemplate what it would be like to have a negative constraint on arrows in this, but I think it would break my brain horribly, so I think I'm not going to try that unless I develop much better intuition. But I will tell you one thing I noticed, because I started thinking about this idea yesterday, and I thought about it for a bit, is that if you ever have two arrows that touch like this, human centipede style, then the back arrow always ends up unshaded. So this is always going to be unshaded. And the reason why this has to be unshaded is because there's two possibilities for this arrow, if you think about it. This cell's either shaded or it's unshaded. If this cell's unshaded, then these two see the same number. So let me get rid of this. So if this cell's unshaded, now these two see the same number of shaded cells, so they're in the same omino, and so this is also unshaded. And if this cell is shaded, uh, then instead these two now see different numbers of shaded cells because the cell doesn't see itself. Oh, bye now. Oh, great. Break a leg if it's a play, not if it's a musical thing. I don't think you wish musicians to break legs. I think they take offense. But anyway, good luck, Nell. I realize that Nell always says that she's going to rehearsal, but I don't think I actually know whether it is drama rehearsal or music rehearsal. I'll have to ask next time Nell is around. Uh, all right. So in the instance that this is shaded, these see different numbers of shaded cells, and so they're in different ominoes, and so this is now green because it's touching something that is unshaded. Or sorry, because it's touching something that's shaded. So my first thought was to do that and try and encourage someone to think of that by setting up this arrangement. This may break, Lord knows. But or maybe I don't want it there. I realize this is not actually going to force as much loop if I wanted. Oops. Sorry, that I intended. Maybe I'll just be even more explicit, not that, and do that. This now forces at least some shading and some loop, which is what I was hoping to do. I liked it being one further back because it feels a little more powerful, but then it doesn't force loop, and I don't want it to not force the loop. Let's see. Yep, so starting with E old shame omino. One moment. Okay, yeah, I do have this correct. I'm trying to keep my solution there. Plonk Time gave you the membership, John, so enjoy it and enjoy the emotes. So anyway, the point is this deduction that this has to be green because of the arrangement means that this now has to be shaded. Because I can't have a 0 in the cell. I can't have a size 0 omino. So this cell becomes shaded. And now this cell contains a 1, and so it's in a monomino, so I can edge it. And so because of the fact that ominos that are shaded can't touch, this is actually an unshaded monomino. And I can draw my line through here because of that. Because this cell's on the loop now, because every cell's on the loop, and so the only loop that goes through it is this one, which then unshades both of these. And now in a thing that is going to be difficult to track, these two have become in the same omino. I think so. Actually, I'm not even sure, actually. This is going to be easier to track in Sudoku Pad when it eventually shows up there. Oh, did I not actually say that? Yeah, I did not actually say that. You're right, Navarro. Yes. The shaded cells are not visited by the loop. That is the thing. Okay, so this is now minimum 2 and maximum 3 if you actually look at it, because these two see the same number of shaded cells. Yeah, I usually rewrite the rules from scratch after stream, but usually I rewrite it from scratch with all in mind the things that people say. And so that is an excellent point that I also am unsure whether pencil puzzle people will be mad at me if I mention the word Yajalin in this, because in Yajalin you can't have shaded cells that touch. So I am slightly concerned that people will tell me that that this is not a Yajalin at all, and that I should not say any words like that in it. I'm not sure. Yeah. I try and make my rules as Henry proof as possible. Uh, oh, okay. There's an interesting note, which is that if this is a 2, it's this 2 that are shaded, right? So these two are always shaded now, I think, because I can't shade this 2 or this 2, because either of those things that I shade creates a dead end that would do that. So I think these are just always shaded. Do we agree with that? I think I agree with myself that these two are always shaded. Uh, no one's complained about my not a Yajlin yet. Okay, well that's good. That's a good data point to have. Okay. Okay, well that makes me feel good that we got at least a lot of mileage out of just this handful of clues. Uh, one should always aim to agree with oneself. Now it's interesting that if this is a 3, then of course this can't be a triomino. It has to be bigger than a triomino, which is potentially interesting. And keep in mind, I know that this shaded thing is also growing to grow at least 1. Do I know that this cell can't possibly be shaded? Does that break? Maybe not in any sort of easy way, at least. No, I think it's good practice to always question oneself and be uncertain whether one is correct or incorrect. Row 3, column 3, up arrow forces that world with the 3s, because because if this is green, we would do that and that. Let's see. I do kind of like the forcing the 3 universe, because I think the 3 universe is going to lead to more interesting geometry. What about an arrow here? An arrow here forces an enormous amount as well. I think. Let's try that and see how that works. If I put an arrow here, I think now this cell can't be shaded. Oh, no, I think it can be shaded. Sorry, no, never mind. It doesn't actually do anything. I don't think it does anything. Sorry, I convinced myself that this couldn't be shaded, but I don't think that's true. I was going to say, because it can't see the same number of things as that, but that is not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Let's see. Yeah, I can't have an arrow. Well, I can't have an arrow going that direction there. Now, I did allow myself the luxury of having multi-arrows. Let's see. An arrow to the left from here is kind of interesting because it's got to be big, but it can't be too big. I don't know if that is. It might be broken immediately. I'm not sure. Let's try it. If I put an arrow there, what does that do? Because now this can't be 4, right? Because if this were 4, this loop would die. Oh, if it were 4, it would also not be 4. That's also a problem. So this is 2 or 3 only. So yeah, there's a weird thing where if you're an arrow in a shaded cell, you can't have size equal to the wow, words. If you're an arrow in a shaded cell, it can't be max size because then it would be bigger than max size from a Philomeno point of view. Okay, this might be broken. I don't have any claims yet about whether it is or not. It certainly feels to me like the 3 universe is more likely to work with this than the 2 universe. Is there one of these sides that definitely has to be shaded because of this? Let's see. If this cell is shaded, of course, it's the other 2, 3. Yeah, if the shaded is a 3, it can't do that because I can never cut off this loop. Okay, so if this is the 3, now all of that is shaded, and 2 of these are shaded, and this comes down at least to there. Oh, and the 2 that are shaded, it better be these 2, or you run into a problem. Okay, here's a really ridiculous deduction. I think this cell is always shaded because if this cell is unshaded, then this cell needs to also be unshaded because of loop reasons, because I can't create a dead end. But then that means I can only have 2 shaded cells here total, but that would definitely break because, again, not all the shaded cells that the arrow sees can connect. There's always a green cell between... in the direction of an arrow from a shaded cell, there's always a green cell, is the way to say that deduction, I think. So that is always shaded regardless. Can claim row 2, column 4. Okay. What if that's unshaded? Then that has to be unshaded, and that has to be shaded. Let's see. Maybe a row 1, column 1 rightward pointing arrow. I guess that would force some gray over here. I don't know. Let's see. Okay. AFK believes this cell being shaded breaks. Let's just have a look at what happens. So if this cell is shaded, then it definitely forces this through here, at least, which makes these things green. How do I know this isn't a 3? Why is the shaded omino 2 now? Oh, right. Because this is 2, right? Because I can count, right? That's 2. Okay, right. This is 2, so that's 3. And so this is shaded. Yeah, so that actually forces the loop out here. Is this obviously broken? Yeah, I think this universe is plausible. Oops. Oh, no. I need to rewind back to where I did that. Okay, but that I know is shaded. Okay. Okay, yeah, honestly, I'm glad that there's not a 16-step look ahead that makes it do that. So it kind of like, yeah, let's see. What is the most natural way to sort of disambiguate what exactly is happening here? See, I'm trying to think of something like an arrow, if I can do anything with an arrow pointing in that direction or something like that, but I don't immediately see it if it's possible. So row 2, column 2, unshaded, cut off the loop, and row 1. Bye, DWeb. Let's find out. This is definitely in the I have no intuition for this rule set zone. So that immediately makes that shaded and makes this a 2, which makes this a 3. I think that's okay. It looks to me like that universe is okay. It definitely forces this cell to be shaded for sure. If this cell's unshaded, what we've proven is this cell's shaded and this is a 2. But I think that's okay. Oh, does that dead end the loop? Let's find out. Okay, so let's keep going. So oh, right. Okay, you need to shade a third. Right. Sorry, yeah. So this being a 2 makes that a 3. Yeah, and so both of these become shaded. Okay, right. So the way this interacts, yeah. So the fact that if this is unshaded, this is unshaded, is actually quite forcing. And I guess it means I know that a total of 5 of these cells are shaded. Maybe I should think about it from that point of view. That I know that a total of 5 of these cells are shaded. Does that force anything else to be shaded? I mean, it does force this to be shaded, because if I think about it that way, I know 5 of these are shaded. If this one's unshaded, per M. Nasti's point, then so is that one. Sorry, it won't let me. There we go. And that combination of shaded cells very much does not work. So I think if you think about it as the total, I think Nasti's point becomes very nice, and this becomes definitely shaded. And so then there's only one more shaded cell in this whole area. And it's either there, well, it's not here now, right? Because now if this is the one more shaded cell, now this is definitely a dead end. So now this cell's definitely unshaded in weird counting argument land. And so the two universes, I think, look like this cell is shaded, and then this wraps around like that. And this becomes a 3. Or this cell is shaded, right? One of these two. Okay, yes, and I agree with AFK. That's a very good point. I like that a lot. AFK's point is a 2 of 3 rule, one of these two is shaded, and I need two outlets from this, and so therefore I must always go down, which means that this cell is always green. Which is a great thing to be able to use because it lets me sort of slap an arrow somewhere or something in a way that might be useful at a later date and time. Okay. So yeah, oh yeah. So if this cell is shaded, now one of these two is also shaded. But it could be that this does that, right? I think that is a legitimate option for what this does, which would be kind of cool, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Let's see. Hey, Nicholas, how are you doing? I kind of like that option, actually, that this is a 3 and that it looks like that. That seems... Because that would create, like, a corner here. That seems like fun. Let's see. Okay, so either the loop does that or the loop does that. Those are my real two options. Okay, let's see. Is there some... Let's see. I could obviously put an up arrow here, and that would force that. I don't know if that's interesting, though. No, Nicholas. They're either both 2 or both 3, but it depends on whether this cell is shaded or not, I believe. I think we've drawn in both ways, and I don't think it is forced yet. Now, I could just put another arrow here pointing forward, and that would definitely disambiguate it and would further telegraph the think about what happens when you have two arrows pointing at each other. Or sorry, two arrows sort of pointing in the same direction. Because I think it's not obvious at first that the back cell is always unshaded. I think it's a natural question to ask, and it'll be even more natural if I put an extra one here, because then this one will be unshaded by our previous work. And so let's try that. Let's try it and see if it does anything horrible. Because this will be unshaded, because again, if this is shaded, now these two are different numbers, but they're both shaded, and you can't do that. So this is unshaded, which now forces this to be shaded, which forces that to be shaded, which has made this a 3, which has made this a 2, has made this unshaded, and forced the loop around like that, has made this a 4, for what it's worth, has made this green, also for what it's worth. So we've got all of that happening. Oh, and this is a corner, right? So, oops. It's a corner, so we know what it does there. My brain is still in country road rules for thinking about how things enter. But yeah, as soon as a cell is green, it has loop in it. That is how Yajlin works. So have that. Okay. So, oh, and I know I can put in my borders on my 2 and on my 3 while I'm at it, which seems good. Let's see. Do I want this to grow, I guess is the question. Loop is allowed to enter and exit a Philomeno multiple times. I think because it has to, I thought about that AFK because I do really like in general the rule that a loop can only enter a particular region once. But I think it would be way too restrictive in terms of what Philomeno shapes it would allow. If that were rules, maybe it'll turn out it's a good rule and it's fine. I don't know, but that was my gut. I think an arrow pointing right from here is interesting now. Because now I know there's at least 4 shaded cells over here, which actually I think forces that all of these are shaded, right? Because what we're saying now is, not quite all of them. But we're saying there's at least 4 shaded cells. At least 3 of these are shaded. And if it's 3, it's not this 3 for reasons that we previously said that it would create a dead end. And it's not like this 3 either. So like that forces all 3 of these to be shaded, I think. And so this is now always 4 or 5. And as AFK says, it definitely forces this cell to be unshaded because if this is shaded, it's the last shaded cell in the group, and we can't have that because it would again create a dead end. So we've got that there. Same with row 4, column 1. Right. That's a genius spot. Yeah, from AFK. Yeah, this has got to be unshaded because if this is shaded, it's not part of this, so it makes that unshaded and creates a dead end. So this is always unshaded as well. Okay, I like that one a lot as a deduction. Let's see. Now we are at some point going to have to actually draw some arrows in the green to sort of like that. I think this is going to be the hardest part of this puzzle is going to be making the green disambiguate in an interesting way because the green Philomeno, the only thing interesting about the green Philomeno is arrows that are in it. Whereas the gray Philomeno is super interesting because it interacts with a loop in a cool way. I don't have any way to fix that, but that is my sort of complaint about this rule set. But I sort of knew that going in that was going to be an issue. Let's see. Maybe the single entrance exit would do that, although that just sort of forces green to be one long snake that's sort of broken in places. Which might or might not be interesting. It's possible. It might make disambiguating things far easier. I don't know. Let's see. And I can always add a second arrow to a cell if I would like. Although I'm sort of thinking like a right pointing arrow from here becomes interesting because having to shade 2 of these 3 might do an interesting thing, although it might create more of a mess than I want to actually get myself in. I'm not 100% sure yet. Okay, we can try it. Yeah, why don't we try it with the rule that you're not allowed to re-enter and exit, or you're not allowed to re-enter, because it definitely does sort of force the 4, right? And that is interesting. Actually, is it even possible? So let's see if it's even possible. So this 4 can't go straight up and down. So it definitely forces that to do that. Oh, it could be a square. A square would be fine. Or, yeah, I guess there's a few options. Uh, uh, if we add that rule, yeah, then we definitely get that edge, and so this becomes green uh, for free. Uh, let's see. The 5 option feels spicier, if I'm honest, but yeah, we could definitely have a really big shaded Philomeno that then has to avoid arrows. Because yeah, once a Philomeno or once an omino that shaded grows to be larger than 9 cells, uh, then it can't possibly touch an arrow. And actually, even 9 cells is too big to touch an arrow. So that's a very good idea, Gary, and I like that idea. Uh, let's see. I don't think I know anything about. Well, I know this isn't a 1 for what it's worth. It could certainly be a 2. Though I was thinking about where I could stick an arrow, like the arrow right from here still intrigues me. From a point of view of saying 3 of these are shaded, I think is going to force these to connect. Although I'm trying in my head to articulate that it's going to force those 2 to connect, but like maybe it's like this 3 and this 3. Yeah, I think it's still possible that it'd be that 3 and that 3. Oh, actually this 4 edge actually breaks that possibility. Oh, but it could be this 4 and this 3, and then I think that would be okay. To wrap around. Yeah, that looks plausible at least. Let's see. I am happy, by the way, with just how much we do not have a lot of clues in the grid. It's always sort of worthwhile to go back and turn the visibility off and say, like, yeah, the grid doesn't have a lot of clues, but it has a lot of sort of forced logic. So that's usually a good sign as far as I am concerned. Is there a way we can use the arrow force, or if we use AFK's rule, is there a way we can abuse that? So in AFK land, if this is green, then these are all forced, or I guess the 4 is sort of forced down there because of this. So this being green sort of starts forcing that. Which is potentially interesting, so it would make all of that join up. That would be interesting. Can we force the row 3, column 3, and row 4, column 5? Can we force these to join? That is certainly an interesting idea. Well, a leftward pointing arrow from this cell would do a lot, I'm noticing, because it would force it to be those 2 that were shaded by Philomeno. And then it would force the loop to not go that direction. Let's try that. This will, oops, sorry, this should be in puzzle. Okay, do that. Okay, so I think this will do interesting things with AFK's rule, because it'll force this to be a 2, which will certainly shade both. Oops, certainly shade both of these. It'll unshade that. It will make the line go like that. Unshade that. Oh, this just breaks. Oh no, it doesn't break. Sorry, it doesn't break. But it does force. it does force the structure of the 2, because now the 2 has to take that world, or has to take that, and now this is at least a 3. Yeah, this forces this world. Yeah, so this is now 4, which means that that is green. Forces that, which then forces that. Which then now the 4. Actually, that's cute, actually. This is now forced to resolve so that this is a 4 with a 1 at the end, but the 1 can't be at that end. So this is actually forced to resolve like that, of all things. That's kind of cute. As we contemplate that. It resolved our shame omino, at least. So this is bigger than 2. It's at least 3. So one of these 2 at least is shaded, but they could both be shaded. Is, I suppose, one thing that one can say. Let's see. We've got all of this happening. Yeah, and we do need to make sure these don't join, but fortunately there's going to be a gray cell between them that's going to make sure they don't join, probably. Was trying to decide if there was any way I could decide anything by Philomeno up there, but I don't think so. This is certainly at least 3. So if I make this not a shame omino, then it's big. Yeah, okay, that's a good point. Let's see. A down arrow doesn't do that, at least immediately to me, because I think all of those could be green as far as I can think of. Yeah, if not 1, the most it could possibly be if I have a down arrow there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I can't be 7, because that would cut off this side of the grid. So the most it could be is 6, and if it wasn't 1, then it couldn't be 2, 3, or 4, so it would have to be 5 or 6 for that side. So that would indeed be quite devastating. Let's see. Is there anything I can do with the fact that I've created all of this sort of edge stuff over here? Can I force something to be gray in some interesting way using that? Because, like, if this isn't gray, then assuredly it does that. Is there some way to break that is fairly interesting? The answer may well be no. Oh, I bet I can now use my rightward facing 3 arrow. Because of my rightward facing 3 arrow, I think is now has more interesting implications. Because now that 3 is not possible. So because that 3 creates a dead end here, there's a different kind of dead end. So that one would definitely be shaded in this universe. Is no 3 possible? Oh yeah, you're right. No 3 is possible. Well, that's a shame. No 3 is a little bit less interesting, but yeah, I completely agree. No 3 is possible because any 3 means something has to connect down from here exactly once, and it creates a loop parity issue. Oops. Yep. So sad. Uh, okay, we'll take that away. Uh, But yeah, the fact that this cell can, if this cell's shaded, that cell next to it is also shaded interests me. It seems like the sort of thing that we can sort of hang a deduction on, or at least attempt to. And otherwise, yeah. Oh, these two just have the same shading, right? That's the point. These two always have the same shading, because if this is unshaded, so is that. And if this is shaded, so is that. Uh, oh, no, this could be shaded and that could be unshaded. Sorry, there is a combination that works. Shaded on the left and unshaded on the right works. I realized I said the contrapositive of the thing, which is not immediately helpful. Those both down. That is interesting. Okay, let's try that. I like that. That down, that down. So there can't be only one shaded cell down the column, because that would make both of these a 1, which would also make that a 1, which is hilarious, and I love it. And so now this thing is minimum 5, and we said maximum 6. So these are all 5, or oops, sorry, that's in the problem mode. I'm trying to be diligent and use my my 2 different modes. Oh, by the way, I never actually filled in my edge along this when it was done. Okay, so that cell. Oh, maybe it can. Sorry, I was going to say this cell can't be green, but if this cell's green, the cell below it is green, and then this is a 5. Because remember, this is not size 2. So one of these two is definitely gray. So could be both of them are gray. That's still possible. But if this cell is green, then that forces that the cell below it is green, and this is a 5 for what it is worth. Oh, that's great. Yeah, you're totally right. Absolutely. Yeah, I love that. Okay, yeah. This actually, this being unshaded does not work at all, is AFK's point, and AFK's right. Because remember what I said, if this is unshaded, then that's shaded, and so I'm forced to do this. But now the rest of this column is shaded. And so this little vertical segment is now the only loop in this segment, which definitely grabs this loop and connects to it. And so that's broken unless the entire rest of the grid is shaded, which we can assuredly make it so that the entire rest of the grid can't be shaded in some way. Though we should make a note to ourselves that we need to actually have a clue that says the rest of the grid isn't shaded. But I'm confident we can find such a clue. But anyway, that does indeed make it so that this has to be shaded. Which unfortunately doesn't do all that much immediately. If this is unshaded, we now do that, but that seems okay. If I put a rightward pointing arrow here, that will at least tell me that this is a 5, because I can't make it a 6 because that would break loop parity, right? I think that works. Uh, uh, Not 100% opposed to diagonal arrows. It's not a philosophical stance. Diagonal arrows are objectively uglier than orthogonal arrows, but I mean, killer cages are uglier than every other clue type, and I still use those sometimes. So, um, but anyway, a 6 here doesn't work because a 6 here forces me to shade exactly 4 of these cells. And whichever 4 I shade is going to leave me one corridor for the loop to come down, and that's going to create a line here where the loop crosses it 3 times, and loops do not cross lines 3 times. So this actually does force all of these to be 5s. Like that. And it does break the everything else is is shaded in one giant omino version, because in that version this was a 6, I think. So how many of these are there? There's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so there's 2 unshaded cells in here. Sorry, I'm convincing myself whether that's actually true. Well, this assuredly is not a 7 in that universe, because in that universe, the deduction we're referring to is when we said this was shaded, because we said if it was unshaded. Oh, actually, maybe it's still possible that this would be a 7 with that being a 5. Maybe I don't actually want to do this. Is maybe the conclusion I'm coming to, because it still has not actually disambiguated what happens. But the 6 is sort of spicier. But it is worth noting, as Liam says, the two unshaded cells in column 3 are connected vertically, because if they weren't, that would create a parity problem across column 3 again. So yeah, I may yet change this, but I guess for now I will hold on to this this idea of keeping that arrow to the right. Let's see. So yeah, so what can this possibly be? It could be 2, 3, or 4. Can't be 5 because it touches a 5. And if it's 6, then I need to shade all but one of these, and that definitely creates, again, a loop parity problem. If I shade all but one of these cells, then I force myself to have an up and down loop, which then creates an odd number of crossings, and that doesn't work. So this can only be 2, 3, or 4. Or I suppose technically it could be 7. Right, 7 is fine. If we allow all of that to be shaded. Unless there is some inherent reason why that does not work, but I don't think there is, unless I add I could add a downward pointing arrow here, and then it certainly couldn't be 7, because a downward pointing arrow here implies that there is some green over here. Yeah, the good old 15 omino. Yeah, certainly any arrow in any space over here rules out that possibility that I was talking about the this is 7 possibility. Uh uh 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was debating if I wanted to have this point both directions, because I could have this also point down, and then that would create some interesting spice, perhaps. Although I'm not actually sure it would do all that much. Uh, let's see. Uh, row 10, column 2, up arrow. Uh, because all the shaded cells are connected, so if this were a 7, all of this would be 1 omino. You can't have an arrow clue that's more than 9 because it's counting the number of cells in a direction. So an arrow clue in here would say there were like 15 cells that were shaded in a particular direction, and that doesn't work. That was my reasoning when I thought about that. Uh, let us see. Yeah, the loop stuff over here is kind of spicy. I still like using that. Okay, this loop absolutely, unless the loop is very small, which would be hilarious, and LMD would love it if the loop never got below this square. I'm sure I would be very popular with posters. But barring that possibility, this green absolutely has to stay away from over here. So, like, if these are the 2 green cells in this column that are left, that cell assuredly. Oh, it could be green, but this couldn't connect to it, I guess, is the way to say it, because I can't do that. Let's see. We know there's, so we've got our 2 unshadeds in this column. Now I can always do something with this cell as well. Some sort of arrowage or something like that. A down arrow here is pretty interesting, right? A down arrow here forces a down arrow here makes this a 3, and I think forces all the geometry, possibly breaking. But let's try it. A down arrow here forces these being green, because now this is a triomino. Sorry, that kind of triomino. And we know that forces this to be the other green and forces these to all be shaded in order to make that work. It assuredly forces that, like that. This can't be a 3 anymore, for sure, at the very least. We know the line definitely does that. So row 5 right. This is definitely part of the above 247. Right. Maybe here's another opportunity to make use of the fact that we've said things can't sort of things have to do all of their work in one visit to the omino. An up arrow here is a little bit interesting. Could it not be a 4 with row 5, column 2 shaded? Row 5, column 2 can't be shaded because shaded ominoes can't touch each other. And so there were already 3 ominoes that were shaded. So that was all of the stuff. So these became unshaded only because they're next to an omino that's shaded. But because of the 5, I actually knew this was a 3, Ron, because this sees 2 fewer than that. Because the 5 sees 5, including these 2. This sees every shaded that one sees except those 2. That was the piece, was the connection to the 5 clue. Was what we were doing. So yeah, now really weird stuff is happening with, like, if this is unshaded, then that forces the entire loop to do, if this is unshaded, it forces this whole razzmatazz like that completely. No problem. I'm always happy to have someone double check because I make brain mistakes in setting all the time, and it's much better to catch them when I'm setting it than when I'm doing the test solve later and realize that I did something ludicrous. Because I do often do things that are ludicrous. That is a thing that happens. Row 5, column 6, left does stuff. It's a 1 or a 2, and it can't actually be a 2. Because if it's 2, both of these are shaded. So it would have to be a 1, which would unshade this cell. Possible. I was thinking an up arrow from here or something similar-ish. Or maybe even like an up arrow from here, actually. Because if this is shaded, assuredly it's at least 5. Would make a lot of shaded stuff over here. I don't know that it immediately breaks in the way that I was hoping that it would. But yeah, if this is if this up arrow, or if this cell's an up arrow, it's certainly at least 5. Oh, actually, maybe here. If this cell is an up arrow, yeah. If this cell is an up arrow, it definitely shades, if this cell's an up arrow and it's shaded, that just doesn't work at all, because it immediately shades this and this, and now it's a minimum of 6, and there aren't 6 cells. let's try that, because I think that will do a lot. So this can't be shaded is the point, because the second this is shaded, it's too big. So that makes this unshaded. Now, that certainly makes this unshaded, regardless of what happens, because if this is shaded again, then we have a dead end. So that means this is also unshaded. Oh, right. And that makes both of these unshaded because we need to pass through here. And so we need to come down both in and out. So both of these become unshaded. And again, actually, both of these are still unshaded because I still know that I am doing that. In fact, actually, if you want, I can even actually draw in these lines we know have to be there. And so that unshades that and unshades that. Do we agree with those gymnastics? And this can't go that way, actually, so it has to go that way, I think. Because if this goes this way, I close the loop, right? Because I either close the loop here or I close the loop down here is the point when counting this. So I think get all of that, and now this just is a 2 in this universe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Unfortunately, that works with the universe where this is a 7 perfectly. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. That seems fine. Oh, this now pokes out. We now know that. Okay, and we now have to avoid the poisonous possibility of these two joining unless we're in the pathological world where we have the world's largest, most giganticest gray omino. I was thinking about this pointing up, but I think that ends up being a little too silly. This could point right. That would definitely do it. If this points right, that definitely forces not the world with 7. No, we're attempting, Liam. We added this afterwards, which is why it's not in the thing above my head. We attempted saying the omino or the path can't visit an omino more than once, so it has to sort of take everything. This was AFK's idea, but I ended up liking it because there was so little else to force the structure of the ominoes that I thought it might do interesting things. So we're attempting it. Let's see. So if the arrow was right, the question is, could this actually be a 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It could be a 5, annoyingly. Only just, but it could. Let's see. Yeah, it is very possible you would need 80 million more things to do that. Still just fantasize about the version of this puzzle where there's a negative constraint on arrows and think how maddening that might be. Let's see. I was thinking maybe like a diagonal arrow off the 2 would do that, but it would probably do too much. I mean, I guess I don't really care about this. I just really want to make sure we know that this is not 7. uh, but again, there's going to be a clue somewhere in this part of the grid. And as soon as there's a clue in this part of the grid, it will rule out the 7. The thing I don't like about a row 10 column 3 up arrow is I think you immediately know it's a 4 because of the 5. So I worried that this might have ramifications earlier. If we did that. You certainly know it's at most 5, so then an up arrow here would immediately do all of the damage that this green 2 did, was my concern. Okay, but I guess I should just assume I'm going to at some point add a clue over here that is going to force there to not be a mini loop. And so if I do that, then I do know that this is not going to join there. So I know that this is going to be green. 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, even something like a right arrow here would do that. Would force it to not be 7. 2, 3, 4, and then I've got 3 to divvy up, but I could do. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the 2 would then have to go there, or there. 2 couldn't go up anymore. Let's see. If this is green, I know, again, we get sort of all this green over here. Let's see. This does kind of want to be 5 or something like that. I'm trying to decide if there's some Philomeno way that I can play around with what size this is or something like that, but I can't figure it out if I am 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this would be at most 6 if I put a rightward arrow. In fact, it would be at most 5 if I put a rightward arrow. Yeah, so we can't put a rightward arrow there. Is moving the 2 arrow up 1. This arrow? Oh, this arrow. Oh yeah, it would, wouldn't it? Yeah, let's do that. That's genius, Liam. Thank you. Thank you. That is much smarter than what I did. Although, again, the problem oh, maybe it doesn't. Yeah, might not. But also the problem, or the thing is, as soon as I have any clues over here. Oh no, that's not necessarily true. It's not going to say that that's not 7 just because I have clues over there. Let's try it. I think it might, actually, because I think the 7 would need to take those 7 cells. So I think if that's where the 2 is, I think that doesn't actually work. So yeah, let's bump the 2 up by 1. Oops, where was it? It was there. Okay. So we want to move it here and see what happens. So that certainly forces that these are both green. Because if this is the only green one, the loop would die. And so then those both have to be green, and the loop has to come up out of both of those. the loop can't go up here and it can't go right because I know these join below, so it forces that, which forces this, which forces that. And I think that does indeed rule out the 7 case. I think that's a great idea, Liam, as a way to handle that, because now this is a 2. And now if it was 7, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we know we can get rid of that. So we at least get that off of our plates. So if the loop closes here, then this is a minimum of 7, which would be a good excuse to use the like right arrow can't be 7 business, if we wanted, but it would still be able to be 5, I think. Okay, but that definitely tells me that the loop can't close here, because if the loop closes here, it definitely makes that a 7. So we can, with no reservations, we can do that. Yeah, if this is 4, it forces that. Yeah, and if it's 4, right, then we get some shaded cells over here. Keeping in mind that look like that. So yeah, so if this is shaded, that's shaded. And that would be it. So if this is shaded, that's shaded, and that's also shaded. So we'd end up with that whole mess. Shaded, which would be potentially interesting. But yeah, certainly I would rather this be a 4 than it be a 2. If I put an up arrow here, interestingly, it forces it to be a 4 through Philomeno. I wonder if I just put the up arrow here, if it actually does everything. I think an up arrow here, actually, to start, would have just done everything. Maybe not, because it might have been able to be shaded then. It might have been able to be a shaded 2. But I can just put a second up arrow there. Just trying to think of a way to force this 2 to go down force the 2 to go up, I guess. But yeah, the version where this is 4 is sort of creates some gray cells over here, which is interesting. A down arrow here has to be a 4. Oh, if I go back and I try that, let's see. Let's go back and try that. If I move this arrow up again to there. So if this is shaded, that just doesn't work. Because if this is shaded, it's at least a 2. That makes it like an infinity, and this creates a dead end where loops go to die unless it connects to this. So this does still become unshaded. Oops. So this still becomes unshaded, and it's a 2 or a 3. The version where it's a 3 doesn't actually work. Because if this cell is shaded, it in fact actually forces that arrangement, and that arrangement is definitely going to create a little loop. So that's not possible. I guess really the point is I actually know this loop definitely connects up, which then means it does connect like that. Which does indeed make this a 2. Which now indeed definitely means this isn't a 7, but also means it's not a 2, because if it was a 2, I would need to somehow make this not a 3 and not a 2 and a 1 and not a 1, a 1 and a 1. So that would actually force that, oops, not that, would actually force this 4 to look like that. So that's pretty helpful. We also know we get some line stuff like that happening like that. Okay, and I know owing to this 4 that definitely there's some green over here. We can have multiple arrows. If we have multiple arrows, I want them treated separately, is the only thing that I sort of was thinking about. I mean, maybe adding them would end up being more interesting, but that was just my instinct about it. This has to come over here because of that. Okay, so that ended up being very satisfying. So this is always a 1 or a 2 for what it's worth. Could now just try an up arrow here, which would end up doing a similar thing with this in terms of its ability to join up with the gray blob. Let's see. So we know 2 of these 5 cells are shaded. Can we say any of them that definitely are or are not shaded? It could be these 2. A very big region with a 4-way arrow. Yeah, the could happen. If we make it adding, I'm not opposed to making it adding if that becomes more interesting. Let's see. If I put an arrow facing left there, then it is 3 or 4. If it's shaded, it's a 3, and then that's also a 3. Seven, column 4 up. Yeah, that seems interesting. Because it's definitely going to be unshaded at that point. Perhaps an 8-way arrow for the final disambiguation. That is psychopathic, and I love it. I'm still stuck with like thinking about like an up arrow here and how that would, if it were shaded, it would force. Oh no, that doesn't. Yeah, an up arrow here just can't be shaded. The math does not actually work out. Is the same thing true of an up arrow here actually? Oh yeah, an up arrow here just now like doesn't work, but an up arrow here even can't be shaded. Like naively, it could be a 5 and this could be a 5, except that it would also make those two shaded and be too big. So it will sort out a lot of the Philomeno and shading stuff if I make an up arrow here. Which would be nice to do, although it doesn't have to be done now. Let's see. Let me try 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, let me try AFK's row 7, column 4 up. Sorry, that's row 7, column 4. So this is, oh, it just is a 2. Yeah, maybe we should try resolving the column 1, 2 stuff first. Let me try the up arrow down here first. Because I think this can't be shaded, because if it was, it sort of breaks the bank in a cute way if this is shaded, because it makes this bigger than it can possibly be. So that makes this unshaded, which makes that unshaded, and then that forces this whole thing. This is now a 3 for sure, which means that this assuredly grows. I don't think there's any cell that has to be shaded just because this grows, but it is nice that it grows. Let's see. So I know that nothing in here is bigger than 3. As I look at this, because I can't fit anything bigger than 3 in between. This can't be 3 because that would create a 3 next to a 3. I think this one can't be 1, because if this is a 1, then it breaks. So this is a 2 or a 3, but I could do those 2s, that a 1, and this a 3, for example. Or I could do 3 all the way back up, and then 2, 2, 1, or 1, 2, 2, or something like that. Let's see. I do have to worry about uniqueness on this piece of Philomeno at some point, because it might be there might be issues. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it or something. We'll just add a black dot into the grid. People love those. So this is a minimum of 4. Where's the most interesting spot to put an arrow in this thing? Or maybe there is not. So now if we try this row 7, column 4 business, row 7, column 7. It's a 7, 7, or column 8 to help you disambiguate this. Yeah, that would be a good idea. I want to try using the fact that this needs to grow in some interesting way. Like, I think an up arrow here, I think actually does force how this works. Because I think an up arrow here can't be shaded. It might be repeating logic too much, but can't be shaded, because if it's shaded, then that's saying I need to shade another cell. Oh, maybe I could say, sorry, it could be shaded. No, I need to shade 2 more cells out of these 3, but then every one I shade makes me have to shade an extra one. So if there's an up arrow here, it can't be shaded, and then that forces that the place it grows to is there, and I get some green stuff. We can try that. Or maybe just to look a little bit different, I can do it from here. So that leaves me a little bit more ambiguity to work with, because it forces this to be unshaded. And it is certainly a 2, 3, or 4. I guess the problem with making this, doing it this way, is I don't actually know it's not a 2. So let's try. Oops, let me actually try putting it down at the bottom where I wanted originally. Let's try that. Okay, because again, this can't be shaded because then it's at least 4, and then that creates a problem there. So that makes this green for sure, which then makes that green, which then makes that gray. And so this now is a 3 or a 4. Yeah, so as Naverio says, that gets us a lot of loop in all of these cells, actually. Let's see, the version where this is a 4. Let's see, oh, we could do both of these up. Does that end up forcing more than we actually want, though? That is, I suppose, always the question. Okay, so yeah, these can't all be shaded, for what it's worth. And I can't even shade 2 of them, actually. No 2 of these can be shaded because I need to get both loop ends out. Well, I need to get this loop end out through here. Oh, maybe I could shade those 2, actually. Sorry, I think I could shade these 2, and I think it would be okay. If I shaded all of that, I think that would be an acceptable shaded omino to have in the world. Uh, 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 now a right-footed arrow there does a lot. Row 8, column 1, and row 9, column 1. Because these two are never part of the same omino. So they can't both be 3, and they can't both be 1, and they can't both be 2. That's true. I agree with that. If this is a 4, then this becomes at least 5. This being shaded ends up being very interesting, but I don't quite know how to force it to be shaded yet. In terms of unraveling the mysteries of the world. Row 8, column 1, and row 8, column... Yeah, the sort of like across here, yeah, and similarly, these two, I certainly can't join in any case either, and I can't join those two ever. Can't join those two ever. So I think that that does help make the structure here at least a little bit clearer. The 2 going right can't work because there is an invisible rule that we added after we started, which was that the loop can only visit each omino exactly once. So we can't do that because that would be the loop leaving and re-entering. I think we needed that basically to force the structure of the ominoes to not have to put in 8,000 disambiguating arrows at the end. It's possible we don't need it. Originally my instinct was that we didn't need it, but I think we probably do. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, like a right arrow here is sort of interesting in terms of greening all of this becomes sort of interesting, I think. Let's try it. Why not? A right arrow here is forced to be a 2, which forces that to be a 1. We get that edge, and we get a ton of green. Which is potentially interesting. Oh, and this is no longer 2. This is no longer... Oh, this was never able to be 1, but it can't be 2 anymore. This is just always 3. Right, thank you. Agree. I'm trying to think if there's something interesting we can do with shadeds using the fact that it's sort of trapped in these two rows now if we leave this. Right arrow in row 8, column 4. Wasn't this row 8, column 4? I don't think... Maybe Liam is behind? Or maybe I can't count to row 8, column 4. Let's see. Might be more restrictive than that one. It's possible. I was kind of thinking about having something something down here where you get to play with the fact that if you actually have a shaded cell on an arrow, then the shaded thing has to grow into the other row. For the arrow with the 2, yeah. Certainly it's possible. I am... I don't know. Just because we haven't had a long string of green that we knew about in the puzzle before, I kind of like having the long string of green, but I don't quite know what to do with it. But I definitely want to put some arrows down here that force there to be some shaded cells. Like, I guess if this is a rightward pointing one, then if it's a 4, then we actually know that it sort of like makes it up into the next row. Would be interesting. A right arrow here, disambiguate the cell. Yeah, I can't have... Oh, I could have 3 shaded cells if it were those 3 shaded cells. Or I could have 4 shaded cells if it was those 4 shaded cells. Looking at these now, if I can put like a down arrow in one of these and have it be interesting. Yeah, I kind of want a big green blob down here, which certainly, or a big gray blob down here in this corner. It certainly can't be that big. But that seems like it would be the most sort of interesting thing to do. Let's see. 9, column 3, row 10, column 3. Yeah, that seems to lead to it. But what I want to do is I want to sort of note that sort of somehow that stuff is forced to sort of trickle from the one row into the other. Or not. I mean, I would be happy if maybe it were like these 3 and you ended up having to loop around it or something like that. I kind of want this gray to have to grow, but I don't really have a great way to make this gray grow other than to force this to be a 4. So if this points right and it is a 4, then the gray cells, of course, can't be a 4, so they'd have to grow up. Otherwise, it'd be smaller, but I don't quite know what to do with that yet. Let's see. What else do I know? Well, I know I definitely can't make all 4 of those shaded. So if I... Actually, do I? Yes, I do know I can't make... So if I put a down arrow here, I think I now know I can't make all 4 of those shaded, which means that one would definitely be shaded. So that's kind of interesting. Because if I make all of these shaded, I force both of these loop ends to go through this this hole, and that doesn't work. So let's try that. So not all of these are shaded, so this therefore is definitely shaded, which has loopological implications. Like that. And so it's 3 of these that are shaded. It can't be that 3 for sure, because that would create a dead end there. So that means that cell's definitely shaded, per our earlier discussion. Let's see. The other combinations might all be okay. We do know there's some loop sort of poking through wherever it happens to happen. This loop end goes through, this loop end connects to that one, is I think what's most likely to happen. Row 7, column 6 also. That shaded, or sorry, that unshaded also breaks. So it would be shading those. There is some dead end risk. Yeah, okay, that doesn't work because it forces this down and then that comes through here. Yeah, that breaks in a weird way. Yeah, the row 7, column 5 is a choke point. Yeah, the right. That's the easier way to see it, is that yeah, if I shade these, now this is where this has to go to connect to that and where this has to get out, and it can't do both. So that does make sense. So I am happy to shade that cell because of that. So that now pulls this. Uh-oh, that breaks, right? And now that breaks, because now I can't get this through there, right? Or did I go to the wrong? No, this is right. 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I think this now breaks, because now this is forced to come this way, and now I can't. Now I'm forced to tie these two together. Oh well. Shame. Uh, uh, I liked it up until the point where it was broken, and then I liked it less. Yeah, I think you're right, Jim. I wasn't noticing that that this was going to get pulled through if that was shaded, and that's what sort of ultimately broke the connectivity there. Uh, Darn, I really liked that too. Uh, Again, up until the point where it broke. Uh, Anything at all? deshame row 4, column 6. Then we could maybe do a down arrow there. But it could still be a 1. I think that is true. I was thinking about like a down arrow in one of these cells. Johnny, I don't have a fuller rule set. We're setting the puzzle, if that helps. So we're just sort of adding arrows as we try and put this puzzle together. But the arrows are sort of saying that. But yeah, that's why it's not a complete puzzle, right? We're sort of in the process of making it. Yes. Maybe an up arrow here is the most potent, because it certainly can't be as big as 3, which is then going to sort of force the phenomena around here a bit. Because I can't even be, it can't be 3, so it could maybe be 2, possibly. Could it be 2? I think it could be 2. Although I don't think that one could be shaded. But it would force this up around there at least a little bit. Maybe that doesn't do much. It's very possible that does not do much. Let's see, and we do still have like diagonal arrows as options. If we want to do those. So like a diagonal down from the 3 would be somewhat potent. What about from this 3, actually? If we do a diagonal down there, it would say 3 of these 4 would be chosen. Do I know any pair of these that definitely don't work? Unfortunately, I think this pair works quite well. And I think this pair would also work okay, as long as I then shaded that cell and that cell. Yeah, I want to think about this. This feels interesting to me as a possibility, at least, because I think this is now using lots of other pieces of information. Oh, you can't see my cursor? Okay, now you can. Okay. Yeah, both of these shaded definitely forces this over around here. Through there. It forces this through there. Forces one of those two to be shaded because we can't take both. Which is a very Yashlini deduction, I believe. These two shaded has a lot of additional stuff that has to be shaded because all of that ends up shaded as well. Uh, so that's sort of the more interesting option. But I can't quite piece this together. Yeah, maybe diagonal clue might be a good idea, but I don't think that diagonal clue quite does it. Let's see, AFK is thinking about the up arrow here, and the fact that it sort of forces one of these two to be a 4 always. Yeah, I have like the sort of the taste for something down here, and I just can't quite figure out how to make it work. Still have this sort of very dangerous area over here to think about. Maybe I could try a 4 down here. Do I know enough to do anything with a 4 arrow, with a down arrow here? So I don't think I do quite. I feel like I don't think that's quite strong enough, unfortunately. Row 7, column 4, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, if this is a right arrow, it certainly ends this this gray shape. Can I force the gray shape to grow by Philomeno? Uh, uh, oh, I think that just breaks. Yeah, I don't think I can put. I was thinking of putting an up arrow here to make this a 2, but I think it just breaks immediately. Row 3, column 6 down. Sadly, I tried row 3, column 6 down. I really liked it, except it's broken. It's broken in a not obvious way. But I really liked it right up until the point where it broke. So I sort of have been trying to think if there's something I could do that would be similar, it would be cool. So let's see if this is a right. Oh, row 3, column 6 down diagonal. Oh, I see. Sorry. Make all of that gray. Yeah, that would be funny. Let's see. Let's try this right. So this certainly can't become shaded because then I would need to shade too many things over here because I need to leave at least 2 of these unshaded, and I can't do that. So this becomes unshaded itself, which then makes all of these 4s, makes that a 3. This is now a corner, so my line definitely does that. Makes that green as well. And so this is not 4 or 5. It's not 4 by Philomeno. It's not 5 by loop stuff. So this is only 1, 2, or 3 now. Okay, and so now these numbers are all forced to be at most 6. However, lots of them can't be things. So, for example, none of these can be 4. So, in fact, none of them can be 4. These can't be 2. So that one can't be 2. That one can't be 3 at the very least. Yeah, this being 1 does not work. That's certainly true because of if this is a 1, I now have to divvy these between 1s and 3s, and that doesn't work. Let's see. Right, the 3, 5, 6 doesn't go only down, so this is not a 1 or a 2 ever. Agree. So these are definitely part of the same omino. Yeah, the 3, 1, 3 makes this a small number. Let's see. What else can we do? Yeah, maybe we will. I like the spirit of that suggestion a lot because it ends up using the Philomeno stuff in an interesting way. Oops. Which is what I want to do. Let's see. I'm thinking about a diagonal arrow here using the fact that these can't both be gray, but I don't. I think it ends up redundant. The fact that those can't both be gray ends up saying the cell isn't a 3. Now, if I put a diagonal arrow down from here, it certainly ends up saying that one of these is gray, but that's not super interesting anymore. Let's see. about from here? Is there any restriction at all on these 3 cells? Oops. Oops. Suddenly it won't let me multi-select. Yeah, suddenly it very much doesn't want me to multi-select. Usually it lets me use multiple buttons to multi-select, but now no more multi-selecting. Apparently. Oh, I bet it's because I'm not in sudoku mode. That's why. That's what exactly happened. Okay. If I put a diagonal down there, I force all of these to be shaded, which would assuredly be crazy. Like, that looks quite insane. It might be a little too insane. I'm not sure. So it would force this loop through here and this loop end through there just by loop stuff. Maybe I'll try it. I don't think this is going to work, but we're going to try it because it forces a lot. And I think it gives us an opportunity to use interesting loop logic because it forces all of that. And then by Yajlini stuff, I can't do any of that. This line now has to come through here because actually I'm applying loop stuff to sort of this diagonal crossing, and I need to cross this diagonal line an even number of times. Basically, if I don't pull this right, I'm going to end up sort of trapped down here. And I certainly need, yeah, I was going to say I need the loop to visit there, but it's green, so of course I need the loop to visit there. Let's see. So we've got all of that at least. Let's see, is this going to do anything? I actually like that leaves a little flexibility because that sort of seems like maybe we can build something off of this. Okay, well, this is now definitely a corner, so I can at least do that. No issues there. Row 8, column 4, diagonal up. Oh yeah, that hurts my brain a little bit to think about, but I again like the idea. So this cell can't be shaded anymore because I need this to make it through. So this cell definitely needs to be green or I disconnect this end of the loop from the rest of the world. So there is that. Now one of these two has to be shaded because I can't visit both of them or I would split the loop. It's this one that's shaded. Row 3, column 5 down disambiguates. Yeah, okay, that's a decent reward now because now you're saying knowing there was one shaded cell in the column didn't really do anything, but now we've actually through force of will found lots of green cells in the column, and so now it actually does do something. Well, I feel like it disambiguates it kind of the wrong direction, but guess it doesn't have to go the other way. Let's try it. So if I do that, that certainly makes that be gray, which makes that be green, which pulls this line around like that. So we end up looking like that. Yeah, the other way just feels more exotic somehow. Yeah, so now, right. So now this is a 4. Oops, normal. 4. This is a 3. In some capacity. These two are always connected to each other for what it is worth. Let's see, if this is green, then we end up doing that whole dance. Row 6, column 6. Upright is funny. It can't be a 4. Yeah, that's true, because it would have to be a 2. Because if it was 4, then yeah, so that would green both sides of it. This has clue I'm going to forget about written all over it. But right, this now is forced to 2. So it has nowhere it can grow because it would become a 4 is the point, and then it would isolate this piece up here because it would cut off the entire universe. And we don't want to cut off the entire universe. And so that forces those to be corners, which makes that a corner and forces that. This is a corner now, forcing that. Let's see. So, funnily enough, one of these is definitely shaded. If that one's shaded, it's a 1, of course. If that one's shaded, then it's definitely not a 1. It's a 6 or a 7. Row 9, column 10 arrow. Never mind, it breaks. Oh, these are green, by the way. For sure. So this is either gray or it's a corner. I don't know what to do with that information, but it's true. Let's see. Certainly do like an up arrow from here or something to spice up this column a little bit, or like a down arrow from here maybe. Something of that sort. Down arrow from here would maybe be even spicier. A right arrow from here is fun, because if I put a right arrow from here, it means that this can't be the only gray in the row, because it would be a 1 next to a 1. So, and it certainly can't be a 2, so it'd have to be a 3. That's kind of interesting. Let's try that. So if this is there, yeah, it can't be a 1 pointing at a 1, can't be a 2, so it's got to be a 3. And it's, in particular, a 3, which means this can't be a 3, which means that becomes shaded, which then forces lots of loop shenaniganery around there. And this connects back through here. So that all seems like a positive for the world of these things. Okay, my 2, I need to remember this 2 diagonal clue exists, or I'm going to be a very unhappy Zeta when we get back to it, and it turns out that I forgot that it exists. Let's see. Amnesty is looking at whether this can really be unshaded, because if this cell is unshaded, then we get loop going through like this. Is there something wrong with that? Draw the diagonal in a different color. That is a gorgeous idea. Okay, let me thank you to Laura for that suggestion. That seems like a really smart way to keep in mind of this. Remember that 2 of these 3 are shaded. Into the 2 clue. Which 2 clue? Oh, because of that. Right. Okay. So if this is unshaded, right. If this is unshaded, sorry. Okay. Which 2 clue? The one I just like emphasized in the grid so I wouldn't forget about it and then promptly forgot. So if this is unshaded, then both of these are shaded, is Amnesty's point, and that is going to force the loop sort of around here like this, and create an area with too many, or with an odd number of loop segments going into it. Is that the problem? Yeah, the yeah, I'm trying to make sure I believe that this is a humanable deduction. But yeah, I think I do, which is that yeah, it forces if this is unshaded, it forces there to be 3 loop ends exactly in this area, and I think you can see that pretty cleanly, that is a problem. So this is definitely shaded. So now this is a shaded, unshaded pair. If this is unshaded, then we end up in this situation. Do I end up in exactly the same situation? I think if this is unshaded, I end up in exactly the same situation, don't I? Where I end up sort of pulling this into this mess with that being shaded. I don't think this can be unshaded either. So I think this also becomes shaded, and that becomes unshaded. Do we agree with my assessment there about how that works? Can you turn down? Oh, maybe. Sorry. Right. Sorry. Right. You could turn down. Right. Because you could go like that. Yep. You're right. Yep. You could do that. You wouldn't necessarily get pulled through it. Do keep in mind this gray has to grow because it's currently a 4 touching a 4. Uh, yeah, we need an elbow of this sort to manage the loop parity stuff. Uh, uh, okay, I'm also, just for my sanity, going to write in 1, 2, 3 into these cells because they can't be 4. Just to remind myself that I know these are little. Right. So if either of these is not gray, then they're green, and my loop does that. Uh, and that is a problem because it creates the odd the odd thing, because that's gray now, and now this gets sort of forced into here with its 2 friends, and 2 is the wrong number of friends for a loop end to have. So these are both gray. Oops, sorry, both gray. Uh, so right, this is always unshaded. That's true. Because as we look at this, either gray, whichever gray we pick, I guess especially if we pick that gray, but even if we pick this gray, I don't know. I don't know that I can articulate that cleanly enough. I certainly think now would be a great time to use a down arrow on one of these cells, having to be too big and so having to be green. So like a down arrow here, for example, seems very reasonable to me, to force this to be green and that to be gray. That seems like a row 9, column 9 looking up. Interesting. I don't quite see what that does immediately. It has to be a 6. I don't think I see why it would have to be a 6. Uh, 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 so I notice if this cell is gray, then this cell's also gray. Because of the fact that I can't have my loop do that. Is the problem if this is green? If this is green, then we end up doing this. This end touches there, and then this becomes gray, and then we end up with this odd number of loop ends thing again. 3 loop ends and a 2x2. Yeah, that's the easy way to see it, is just look at those 3 loop ends. So yeah, so that is gray. Now that's gray because it would destroy this. Uh, uh, over here. So if that's gray, I suppose. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just examining the possibilities here. This is gray, then that's gray, and that's green. Let's see. Yeah, I know this is a gray-green pair. Yeah, and I agree this is always green. I think it's becoming clearer to me why you could say this is, or like how one would discover that this is always green. So this is now definitely a 4 or a 5. I was trying to find some elegant way to say it's not 4 by doing a Philomeno thing, but I don't see an easy Philomeno, or I don't see an easy place I can stick a Philomeno 4 next to it. Unfortunately. Because I would love for this to grow. Let's see. Yeah, this definitely prefers smaller Philomenos. I concur. Although we've got one pretty big one coming in up here. Uh, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that doesn't work. Let's see. Yeah, those can both be gray. I see lots of ways to force this to be 4, but I think forcing it to be 5 is more interesting. So I keep trying to figure out how do I force it to be 5. Row 8, column 8, up left. 2, 3, 4. Ah, yeah, that'll do it. Gymnasti's suggestion is do that, which actually makes this cell a 4. If you just count 1, 2, 3, 4. And so now this has to be a 5. Doing that all. Damage. Yeah, very nice suggestioning there. So that then forces the loop to come around here. Okay, and so now, right. Now I need to connect through here because now this is a alley, which makes this green, which makes this gray because of the LoRa line, which makes this gray as well because of the no dead ends. So I think we end up with all of that. Right, and let's just double check. That is 1, 2, yes. The bottom right can't be 4 now either. What 4 did we forget earlier? Right. So if this is a 4. Oh, thank you. Yes. Totally forgot that. Completely and totally. Yes. So now we get that. I wonder if that would have made life much easier if we would have remembered that that existed. Probably. Yes. So we get that. Good job, us. Right. So if this is a 4, it forces this, which then means this 4 doesn't work. Yeah, I agree about this, although I want to try and see if we'd have actually remembered this clue if we would have not needed this clue. So I want to rewind a smidge and see. Oh, no. Okay, so if we'd have remembered that this 4 clue exists, we would have known that 2 of all of these are shaded. Does that immediately tell me... Okay, well, it's definitely not these 2. I'm confident in saying that, because that would create a dead end. So it's not those 2. That means one of these 2 is shaded, at least. And whichever one of these 2 is shaded definitely forces that this one is shaded, at least. And so that then forces this line. Oops, not that line. Oh, I did that in the wrong mode. Forces that to be shaded. That is what I meant to say. And so that does make this line connect over here. And now this just can't be visited by anything. So now that's gray. Both of these are green. That's gray by the 2 diagonal. That's gray by life, the universe, and everything. Goodbye to the Laura line. So we end up with all of that, right? And so now that does indeed force. Okay, so that was all forced if we remembered to look at the clues that we had. Yeah, I try and do a good job of remembering the clues I have that are still hanging out, but clearly, as evidenced here, I do not always do a good job of doing that. Okay, so now we are going to have a mess. Oh, there's more border. That's true. This omino is done. Now row 8, column 8, up arrow. But up. Okay, yeah, oops. Sorry, shape. Row 8, column 8, up arrow to make this a 6. I was thinking this would make this a 7, but maybe that's a little too ambitious. Oh, the other row 8, column 8. Sorry, the other row 8, column 8. Yes, okay, there we go. So yes, so agree now that I understand which cell row 8, column 8 is. This is always an issue. This now just is a 4 because we finished all of this. And now this can't be 4 because if it was 4, this 4 would end up touching it, which is evil. So this needs to grow. And if it needs to grow, it always grows to this cell, because as soon as it grows to that cell, it also takes that cell. So we have that. Now, this assuredly can't be green as well, because this would be a corner that would cause doom. So this is also gray. And so this is a 6 or a 7. For sure. Row 9, column 9 up resolves it. That's true. Yeah, that's going to do a lot, because that's also going to put a monomino next to this mess. So I think that's a very good idea. Row 9, column 9 up. That is going to indeed make this a 6. Which then forces that this is green. My line finishes like that. That is gray and a 1. The loop is done, and we hope we can get this Philomeno done without too much torture. So now the point is, these can't be 1s anymore. Which assuredly you'd think would help, wouldn't you? Also, these are at most... Oh, sorry, they're not at most 5. These are at most 4, because 5 doesn't actually fit, because it touches a 5. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. And again, those aren't 1s. Just as we sort of keep in mind how this snake is going to work. Let's see. If this is a 2, that's a 2, and that seems okay. Trying to decide if there's some easy way to resolve this, like an up arrow here would make this a 3, which is incredibly forcing, I think. Row 8, column 9, 10, also 1, 2, 3, 4. If the 4 goes this way, couldn't this be like one giant omino to finish? Yeah, that or gigantic. Row 7, column 4, right. Yeah, that's good. Would have I'm only asking if that was already a given. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so we've got to make it so that this turns out to be a 15 omino. That is how this has to work. Yeah, row 7, column 4, right forces the next 4 ominoes. Yeah, let's try that. So yeah, if that's right, I think it would have been available earlier that this cell was a 3, but I don't think it was a huge deal, because I think we had that even back before we had this as a 5 and a 4. So that 3, and so the point is that 3 can grow 1 back but not 2 back, so it has to grow 1 forward, but then once it grows 1 forward, it is done. So that then has made this a 2, which makes that a 2, which makes that a 3, which makes that a 3. Using, again, the rule that's not actually on the screen, that the path isn't allowed to leave the monomino until it's done. Okay, so that's not a 3 anymore. Yeah, it does slightly mess up some stuff in that regard. Let's see. But we'll see how much it does, and then we might contemplate other options if need be. Could be a 3 with double 1. Let's see. Just for the record, let's check this. So this can be a 6. Can it be anything else? So it's touched by 4s in way too many places to have any 4s in it. It's touched by 3s in too many places to have any 3s in it. These certainly can't be 2. So that one certainly can't be 2. That one can't be 2. Could these two be 2? I feel like there could be a 2 exactly there, maybe. Can't row 9 column 2 be a 3? Oh, it could be a 3. Sorry, you're right. Right. This one could be a 3 because it could do that. Okay, maybe this is not worth attempting to force at this particular moment in time. Let's see. Eckbert suggested row 10, column 5 up. Go 2, 2. And be a 2. Okay, yeah, let's try that. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this up. So this is now a 2, which makes that a 2. It finishes that piece. Makes this not able to be a 2. Oh, annoyingly, we could have these be a giant 3. It at least means that can't be a 2. That can't be a 1 anymore. But this could be a 1 with a 4 sort of wrapping around like this. What can row 7, column 2 be? Okay, so it certainly can't be 2 or 4. If it is a 1, that breaks this cell in particular, because this cell then can't be anything. So it is a 3, 5, or 6 for sure. I don't think it can actually even be 3 because it can't grow that way and it can't grow that way. So it can't be 3 actually. Okay, so this is only 5 or 6. Okay, so that is very good. So that means that all of these cells are definitely 5 or 6, right? Oops. Okay, so we've got 5 or 6, and so 6 would, of course, be the nicest for it to turn out to be, because that would just force everything. But I don't know that we're going to be so lucky as to get to do that. But who knows? 4. Okay. I could certainly force this to be a 3, which would make my 4 grow over here. Uh, if it's 3, then 4, then there's 12 remaining, so you have to break it up so that it doesn't do that. That sounds fun. Although probably it won't break up uniquely, sadly. Uh, uh, should be slightly tragic. Because I'd have to put an arrow in it somewhere, and as soon as I put an arrow in it somewhere, it would then ruin the 12 deduction, I fear. Uh, uh, yeah, sadly, I don't have anywhere that I can find a really big thing. Oh, there's an alter. Okay, good that we have an alternate if somehow this breaks. Uh, that is comforting. Uh, let's see. I could put a diagonal down there, which would make this a 4 at least. I don't quite know what to do with that. You could just put a black dot next to the 5. How about that? A black dot next to the 5, make this a 10, call it good. Let's see. So, like, certainly I know how to make a 3 here. Like an up arrow from here, for example, would do a good job of that. From here, maybe. Should then push the 4 around. I mean, that's probably going to get us there. It's going to be messy, but what are you going to do? Oh, a right arrow there just actually makes this a 5, but maybe that's a little bit boring. So these are definitely 1, 5, or 6. And that one could be 3. Yeah, I think you are probably right that, yeah, something at the bottom left is going to have to disambiguate, especially this piece. Uh, yeah, the row 9, column 2, pointing up. Would make it a 3, I guess. Yeah, oh, I could point diagonally up and grab the 6. Down from here does it, right? Down from this cell? Because a down from here forces the 5 and the 3. Yeah, or down right even, as J40 suggests. Same idea, but I think that's even more yeah, if you want it even more sort of future proof, because you have to know sort of everything that happens over here. And so then that becomes a 1. We end up with some stuff over there. These become 5s. That becomes a 3. Okay, and so now this is a minimum of 4, actually. That's very useful, because now this cell is a minimum of 4. And it can't actually be 5 either. So it could be 4, or it's at least 6. Is an interesting confluence of things. And it can't be 12, remember. Let's see. Can I do anything with with the fact that it's a minimum of 4? Yeah, I'll remember it for when I'm test solving and see if it does anything. I suspect it probably won't, because the like, I don't think you're gonna know too much about this, but maybe it will. These sorts of things. Yeah, trying to eyeball if there's some way I can make yeah, it does tell us we know we need something shaded in all of those cells. Black dot with the 6 Philomeno to force it not to be a 12 and force it to be a 3 instead is a funny thing. Row 5, column 8 up. Row 8, column 7. Greater than symbol, so I need a green greater than 12. That would be really helpful. Yeah, the 3 would force the 6, I think. Row 4, column 10 in every direction and make arrows additive. That would do a lot. It is annoying that the up clue from here is also 6, I suppose. Row 4, column 8 up, and row 5, column 10 up interact funnily. That is a good idea. Let's try that. So that and that. So the point is they're both 3s. But they can't touch. So this one has to go back that way. That one has to go back that way, at the very least. And so now 1, 2, 3, 4 at least. If this is a 4, I think we can just get away with this being 1 and 3, annoyingly. This is very tragic, really. Yeah, it is 4 or 6. And row 8, column 10 up. Yeah, that breaks, unfortunately. So now if this is a 3, then this is a 4, and that's a 3, and that's a 1, and that's a 3, and then that's a 1, and that's a 4. So if this is a 3 now, it does work, I think, and I think it resolves everything. So we could certainly arrange for it to be a 3. If this is a 4 now, then we've got to sort of fill stuff in here. Like an up from here or something is probably, or a right from here or from here. One of these would I think do the whole rest of the grid. I believe. My hope is that in practice, when someone solves this, that once they have the Yagelin piece, the Philomeno piece is just done. Because I generally like things to solve at the same time, but here, just by nature of the rules, we sort of needed another rule, I feel like, to really sort of like make this work. I think we wanted it to be one step more complicated in the rules so that everything could resolve together. But yeah, I think like just a right in one of these two cells is probably what we need. I don't think there's any interesting diagonals that I could pick here. Row 10, column 7, left arrow, or, oh, up left. Oh, would that do it too? If we make this a 1, it forces these to be 4s. Yeah, it forces the 4 the other way. I think if I make one of these a 3, I think it forces the entire rest of the puzzle. If I make this a 1, it forces that to be a 4, but I think there's still a little bit of flexibility in terms of how the 3s end up working. So I kind of think like a right arrow here, as much as it might distract from someone solving earlier. But oh no, this could be up left. I think this up left actually is maybe the optimal, because that's a 3, right? Oops. 1, 2, 3. And maybe you know it's a 3 early, but it doesn't really help you. So I think in this version, all of those become 3s, all of those become 4s. That becomes a 3, that becomes a 1, that becomes a 3. Very glad for AFK's rule here. And now if we look at this piece, this now can only be 4 in size, because it can't be 1, 2, 3, or 5, so it can only be 4. And then we get our last monomino there. And now all of these are theoretically 12, if I want to enter them one by one. Fortunately, 12 at least has the 1 and the 2 next to each other on the keypad, so that is appreciated. But yeah, this mostly lives up to what I hoped for. I really liked the way the Philomeno, and particularly the shaded ominoes, interact with the loop, and the fact that you constantly have to avoid putting shapes in the shaded regions that would break the loop. I'll think about if there's a version of this that I could make that would have one more rule that would interact nicely with the green ominoes, because I feel like this was not quite the right rule for the green ominoes, but I don't know what else would naturally fit into green ominoes or something like that. See, Garion is pretty sure this clue is unnecessary. Yeah, probably because of the 2 3s on the sides. I'll double check. I'll try and remember to double check that one when I do a test solve later. That I should double check that one. That I can probably get rid of that one. Let's see. The typical, like, what does it look like blank? There is what it looks like blank, which I don't think looks like anything, which is what I kind of hope for. Row 7, column 3 as well, perhaps. Row 7, column 3 doesn't even have a clue, does it? Row 7, column 4, maybe? Yeah, row 8, column 7. Yeah, yeah, I will try and pay attention when I solve this to make sure that, or when I test solve it to make sure I've not broken anything. And then I might, if I test solve it and I like it, I might release it. Or if I test solve it and I feel a little iffy on the Philomeno part, I might try and set a similar puzzle with very similar rules, but try and come up with one more thing to make the Philomeno part more interesting. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it feels when I actually solve it. But yeah, I'll have a look at a couple extra bits there. But that does bring us to the end of stream for today. So thank you to everyone for hanging out. Yeah, and I do have an alt from AFK, which I appreciate. AFK, you're a godsend when I'm doing this. You always sort of like work ahead and check. You're sort of like the human version of Ranks Solver for whatever weird pencil puzzle thing we're doing, where you'll do the look ahead for me and see if something actually breaks. So greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream financially. We greatly appreciate it. If you want to support the stream financially, you can do that by clicking the $ thing next to the chat, and it will go through all the options. There's a whole bunch of different ways that YouTube will allow you to support us, so whichever one works for you, we will appreciate it all the same. We also have Patreon, which is patreon.com/zetamath, funnily enough. So if you'd rather do that or some other thing, let us know. We'd be happy to help you out. Thank you to everyone for hanging out today. Do please like the stream if you've not yet liked the stream. We greatly appreciate it when you do that. And last but not least, I'll thank the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and DDX. Thank you for the donated subscriptions, by the way, Plonktime. I saw a bunch of people got them in chat, so that was pretty awesome. And a lot of people who were happy about it. So great to see that, and thank you so much for the donation. Thanks for watching, everyone, and I'll see you all real soon. Bye for now.